And welcome to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, May 6th. It's 10:30 and we're going to call ourselves to order. And we'll start with the national anthem, so please stand and face the flag. Excellent. Next, we're just going to switch that volume. Perfect. Good. Next is the land acknowledgement. Councillor White, please.
As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of the Township of Whitewater Region and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years.
And next item is 3, the adoption of the agenda. The recommendation is the Council of Township of Whitewater Region approve the May 6, 2026 agenda. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. Just before I take input from Council, I'll just highlight 2 things that are currently in the agenda. We are going to go till item number 6 this morning, our disclosures. Then we are going to flip right through to the closed portion of the meeting, and that, again, that's indicated in the agenda. How far, and if there's any time after we finish the closed portion, we'll come back in and recommence it at item number 7. Sorry, at item number 8, with 7 being specifically scheduled for 1 o'clock. And we're trying to coordinate the arrival of the guest, the person we'd like to present that award to. So, pretty clear, but the agenda is just shaped around those 3 things. Does anybody want to make any other changes or amendments to the agenda as presented? Good. I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Next is item number 4, which is the adoption of minutes. Recommendation is that the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve April 15th, 2026 minutes. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor Moore. Any errors or omissions? Good. I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's carried. Good. Next, item number 5 is committee and board meeting minutes that have been attached to the agenda for our information as well as the public's. And we'll just highlight them. The first one is our committees of adjustment. Again, we're highlighting them here to make sure that we have them in a single spot for council to be able to receive. And you'll note some other attachments there, including Committee of Adjustment appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And I'll just see if Councillor Trim, our lead for Committee of Adjustments, any comments you want to make to council on those items? No. Perfect, good. Next one is Ross Museum and the Historical Society. There's a number of minutes to catch up. January, February, March. Anything from Councillor Bell, our lead for that one?
Just to note, included in the minutes is the event dates for 2026. So if anybody's interested in taking a look at what the museum is putting on for the summer, that's included in this agenda here.
Perfect, thank you. Next is Muskrat Watershed Council, 2 minutes there from March and April. Councillor White's our lead.
Nothing to report.
Good. And Whitewater Region Public Library, minutes, trivia, poster, and a book sale. Again, Councillor White, any comments?
Nothing to add at this time.
Awesome. Any questions from council on any of those attached minutes? Okay, I see none. We're going to go into item 6, which is disclosures of interest. Is there any disclosures from any member of council for any item on the agenda today? Good, I see none. And with that, we will proceed to close. And I just have to get the language in front of me. Yeah, I'm not going to read it. Good. So we are jumping to item 15.1. Item 15.1. The recommendation is the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region move into closed session at 10:37 a.m. as permitted in section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, C25, to discuss litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, with staff remaining in the room. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Moore. Non-debatable, so all those in favor? Unanimous? Carried. Welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, May 6th. Just before we had recessed, we had come out of closed session, item 15.1 on the agenda, and I wanted to do a rise and report on that closed session. The Council of the Township of Whitewater Region rose from closed session at 12:45 p.m. and reported that information was received regarding the Cobden wastewater treatment plant. Good, and then we move back into our agenda. Item number 7, which is some presentations. And in my excitement to get started, I didn't pull it up. Excellent. As many of you, as well as council knows, and anybody who might be watching, last council meeting, we recognized a number of volunteers in our community for National Volunteer Week. And one of those members weren't available. So we are going to do that recognition today. As part of National Volunteer Week, we had the great privilege to celebrate the remarkable contributions of 2 extraordinary residents who exemplify the spirit of volunteerism in Whitewater Region. We had a third who wasn't able to attend that event, so we have decided to do this third presentation today so we could, as a group and as a community, recognize her great contribution to our community. Volunteers are the cornerstone of our community, and we know that all too well. It's impossible to list all of the volunteer organizations, events, and community building efforts that have happened in Whitewater Region in 2025, all due to volunteers. We acknowledge that what volunteers do for us is immeasurable and what makes Whitewater what it is. To our volunteers, your commitment to the Whitewater Region is nothing short of inspiring. You have given your time, energy, and heart to make our community stronger, more inclusive, and more compassionate. On behalf of the entire region, I extend my deepest gratitude for all that you do. Volunteering is a gift, not just to those you help, but to the entire community. It's a testament to the values that we hold dear: kindness, generosity, and a willingness to lift each other up. So today, we are going to shine a spotlight on a volunteer whose dedication and selflessness have made a lasting impact. I will now ask our Deputy Mayor, Kathy Rieger, to MC the formal recognition of our resident.
There. Thank you very much, Mayor.
We'll call her up first.
Yeah. So Bonnie, if you would come up, please.
Front line and center.
Yep.
Camera. Where's the camera shot? Right there. The camera.
Okay.
Stand in front of the camera, and the Deputy Mayor takes control.
Okay. The Lifetime Achievement Award is presented today to Bonnie Halferty. Bonnie's impact on our community spans decades and is felt in so many meaningful ways and is carried through her endless hours of volunteer work. Bonnie has initiated and taken the lead with the Cobden and District Food Bank for 24 years, helping and supporting individuals and families when they need it most. You will find Bonnie directing and organizing the Cobden Santa Claus Parade. She has contributed 50 years to this without even realizing the dedication behind this and the many children and adults who have enjoyed this wonderful event each year. Since 1999, Bonnie has organized the Terry Fox Run in Whitewater Region, continuing to bring people together in support of an important cause year after year. What stands out most is not just the length of her service, but the consistency, generosity, and quiet leadership she brings to everything she does. Bonnie, your lifelong commitment has made a real and acting difference in our community, and we are truly honored to recognize you this afternoon. Congratulations, and thank you.
Just a little token. And we're gonna get council to come on up. We're very proud.
Long time slugging Santa and all that stuff. Amazing.
Hello, Santa.
Yeah.
What's your favorite
Trying to keep the TV out of it, so I'm making it look this way.
Can you get everybody in, or we gotta readjust?
No, we're good. Oh, Connie, do you want to step forward one? Mike's
Oh,
shoulder back.
yeah.
Alright, cheese.
Jeez.
Perfect.
Okay.
A lot of encouragement from your dad. Yes, yeah. Yeah, sure, yeah. First of all, I want you to know I only started all this stuff when I was 5. So don't let that fit consider. Microphone? And I would drag my little kids to,
Yeah, let's put it.
Give her a microphone, then we can hear.
Okay. Okay. So, yes, I find it a privilege to be a volunteer. And I love, as I said, Terry Fox and Santa Claus, two of my favorite people. So it's been a privilege to do those things every year. And I'm going to keep doing them as long as I can. I keep things cut, dried, and simple. That's me. If you want something fancy-dancy, let me know and I'll just quit. But anyway, I do try my best to keep those things going, and I appreciate this award. It's very nice. My grandchildren are proud of me. So thank you. You're welcome.
Excellent. Always exciting when you get to recognize volunteers, and when you think for a moment of just how much happens in our community because of volunteers, there's just not enough ways that we could recognize them. So it's great that we can at least do this. Good. Next up on our agenda is number 8, which is the mayor's address, and I have some remarks here. Since our last council meeting on April 15th, I attended 21 meetings and events on behalf of council, and for county council, we had a county meeting as well as 2 committee meetings and a special meeting to review the county master transportation plan. One of the events I attended was the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce AGM, where I had the chance to meet 3 Whitewater business owners. It was nice to see the representation there from across our region. Another meeting that was with our MPP, the county warden, the CAO, some staff and elected officials from county, as well as Pembroke. And we went to Magellan Aerospace, where we had the opportunity to learn more about this incredible business right here in our backyard that employs over 500 people. We also had the opportunity to tour the facility and learn more about their products, productions, and the customers that they support. So it was really an eye-opener for the elected officials and the staff from county to see exactly this gem that we have here right in Whitewater region. So very, very, very well, time well spent. I also want to highlight a couple of Whitewater businesses this week. Wilderness Tours Bike Park was awarded the best bike business in our tourism region of the Ontario Highlands. So that's most of Eastern Ontario. Kenny's Store has been awarded the Outstanding Independence Award winner for 2026, one of 35 small stores across Canada that was recognized by the Canadian Convenience Store News. And Beachburg and Cobden Fairs each were awarded $20,000 as part of the Experience Ontario grant to help fund their fairs. So great to recognize our Whitewater businesses and our 2 fairs in this way, and I thanked our MPP very much to ensure that this type of investment continues into our rural and agricultural organizations. I also want to recognize that this is Municipal Clerks Week. It's still ongoing, correct? The whole week? Good. And we want to just thank our clerk, who couldn't be here, but Carmen Miller, for all that she does to support our day-to-day operations as the backbone of our local government, and all the clerks across. And this becomes a very important clerk period as the nomination period is open for elections. It's been about 2.5 weeks now since the water levels on the Ottawa River rose up significantly here in Whitewater region. And although we've had water enter only a couple primary residences, many others are still completely surrounded, saved only because they've been raised up after previous floods, or they're on a high point, or they've been heavily sandbagged. We have many private roads completely inaccessible, private wells underwater, and septic systems not working. Our municipal road in Lac Bay, the only way in and out, continues to be threatened. All told, the impact in our community has been significant, and the waiting and watching has begun to take a toll on everyone. The M&R hosted Frechette meetings have been ongoing, and we have remained an active participant. The Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board has been managing the rapid melt in the northern portion of our watershed. And as the local rivers, for us that's the Petawawa, the Noir, and Kalunge, they've decreased in their flows. This capacity in the river has just been increased, has just been filled with the increased reservoir flows, which is why we're seeing the levels stay where they are. The planning board has been working to stay within the current heights while managing the massive rapid melt up north, plus tracking rainfalls that might impact different areas and add to the current flows. So we know that the northern Frechette is not finished. M&R has extended its flood warning another week until next Wednesday. The planning board is forecasting that these levels will remain here for at least another 2 weeks. And I will say that again, we will have these levels for at least another 2 weeks, with the continued threats of increases based on weather and the rapid northern melt. Our emergency control group will remain focused on the areas of our community being impacted, while also preparing for the possibility of a rapid increase beyond the levels we're experiencing. To support that preparation, 4 things that I want to highlight. The first is that we're maintaining a stockpile of filled sandbags at the Westmeath Garage. And I want to make sure that we publicly thank our schools, Opiongo and Our Lady of Grace, who have filled sandbags, our many community members, friends, and neighbors who have helped fill sandbags, and our firefighters who continue to do much of this heavy work. Second, we've partnered with Renfrew County paramedics, specifically the Sierra team, who have the training and assets to get into our inaccessible properties. They have conducted wellness checks and have made plans to ensure that we can respond to or evacuate residents who have stayed in their homes but whose roads are impassable for the coming weeks. Third, we've partnered with a not-for-profit organization called Global Medic for a sandbag filler and a water-activated flood barrier. And that has been used in combination with about 10,000 sandbags to help secure the municipal road into Lac Bay. And again, thanks to our firefighters for putting that in place, and Public Works was a big part of that with the dump truck. Fourth, we've connected with different agencies for supports like the Homelessness Prevention Program, Emergency Assistance Program, and the Red Cross for those requiring temporary accommodations or any other supports. That detail is on our website if you want to check it out, and you can always just call the office for more details on those supports. I'll remind folks that township services are impacted during this flood, but they remain operational. We just ask for your patience as crews continue their work. We're doing the grading operations, and the pothole repairs are ongoing, and fire response and our other essential services remain active. And I'll just remind residents can reach out at any time to our office during working hours at 613-646-2282, and in the evening or on the weekends, extension 9, and it will page a duty staff. And of course, 911 if it's an emergency. Good. That ends my mayor's report, but is there anything you want to add from a flood perspective? Good. Is there any questions or comments from members of council? Good. I see none. Excellent. We'll move on to our next item, which is number 9, public comments. Clerk.
Yeah, there are no public comments that have been received. Thanks.
Perfect, and move on to reports. So 10.1 is a part lot control for lots 8 and 9. Good. The recommendation is the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve the designation of the following lands as not subject to part lot control, those being lots 8 and 9 on Plan 49M 30 and Lot 5, Plan 49M 9. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor Olmsted, and this will go to our planner.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the part lot control is for 2 lots in Beachburg. They are part of subdivision plan 49M-30 and 49M-9. As part of the subdivision approval process, lots are the municipality controls the further division of lands within any subdivision plans. If the developer wants to reconfigure any lots, they're required to go through a part lot control exemption application to reconfigure, which has been submitted in this case. This is generally an easier and more efficient process to reconfigure lots than the severance process, and is designed to be used in subdivisions. In this case, the primary purpose for this modification is to enlarge the lot on the left side of the division on the map there, because there are septic concerns on the existing lot with the presence of the water body. The proposed reconfiguration would eliminate Lot 8 from Plan 49M30, increase the size of Lot 9 to 0.3 hectares from 0.19 hectares, and increase the size of Lot 5 on Plan 49M-9 from 0.2 hectares to 0.31 hectares. As noted, this is to allow additional space to ensure it can safely accommodate a septic system without negatively impacting the water body. And the addition on Lot 5 will also bring it closer into compliance with the existing zoning bylaw. Upon review, the present application is not contravening any policy set out in the provincial planning statement or the official plan of the County of Renfrew. Both support the residential development of a settlement area, and the part lot, and this achieves that. It will also increase the lot size closer to the new required minimum lot sizes outlined in the R1 zoning. As such, planning is recommending approval of the part lot control exemption bylaw.
Perfect, thank you, planner. I'll go to the mover first. Councillor Trim, any comments or questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Seconder, Councillor Olmsted? None? Anything else from council? Councillor White?
It's very minor, but when I was reading this, I noticed that it says Meadowview Drive in the comments, but on the map, it says Meadow Drive. And I was trying to figure out where Meadow Drive was until I looked and it said Lake Bridge Trail, so I'm assuming that it's just the wrong name. Instead of Meadow View, it just says Meadow. And I don't know if that has to be officially changed or not.
Now, planner, can you confirm?
Yeah, the road is called Meadowview, so we can get the surveyor to update that accordingly before they deposit.
Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Excellent. I see none, so we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Good. Thanks, planner. Next item is 10.2, which is the Integrity Commissioner, the annual report for 2025. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region receive the 2025 Whitewater Region Integrity Commissioner Services Annual Report for information purposes. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor White. This is going to CAO.
Yeah, thanks so much. So this is the common annual report from our Integrity Commissioner and closed session investigator, which is Mr. Fleming, Tony Fleming from Cunningham Swan. So attached to the report is his annual report. It's about 4 or 5 pages. He summarizes essentially in his report that there were no requests for advice, complaints, or application for inquiry for 2025. So no submissions to our Integrity Commissioner for 2025. He also highlights a few other items in his report. So just some observations with respect to strong mayor powers, as well as limitations and changes that are occurring provincially as that legislation gets utilized, if you will. And thirdly, his report notes that there's the ongoing provincial reform, so proposed provincial reform around code of conduct, which is not finalized yet. So at this point in time, there's nothing that's been approved or finalized by the province. But he just wants to make a note that that there's introductions of that, and that might come at a later date. But for the present moment, status quo on that end. So nothing to report for 2025. And I'll just finish by noting that Tony has been retained by the township since 2018, so it's quite a number of years. His appointment was extended in 2019 and again in 2024, so his term continues into next year up until December 2027, and we could evaluate sometime next year. Thanks so much.
Excellent, thank you. Deputy Mayor, any comments or questions?
None at this time, thank you.
Good. Councillor White, seconder.
Nothing, thank you.
Good. Any other comments from any members of council? Excellent. Good. We will call for a vote. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Next is the 2025 annual landfill monitoring reports. The recommendation is the Council of Township Whitewater Region receive the 2025 annual reports for the Ross landfill site and the 2024-2025 biannual report for the Cobden waste disposal site. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore and seconded by Councillor Trim. And this goes to our superintendent, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a brief little bit of background. So the township owns and is responsible for the operation and environmental compliance of 3 waste disposal sites. The Ross waste disposal site, which is our only active site, and the Cobden and Westmeath sites, which are both closed. So the township has an ongoing obligation to monitor these sites and ensure the protection of the natural environment and to ensure compliance with each location's license. So, as part of that monitoring, a reporting requirement is in place that requires us to submit for the Ross waste disposal site a report annually by March 31st. And as well, the Cobden waste disposal site is a biennial report every other year by May 1st. On each even year. So this year is the year that we received the report for Cobden. And the Westmeath site is also every other year, and that is due on the odd year. So we will receive a report for that next year. So for the Ross waste disposal site, the license, mainly condition 93 of the license, sets out a number of things that we need to report on. And some of those are, but not including, as calculating the annual waste volumes in comparison to the site's approved capacity, maintaining a detailed inventory of all the waste that's received throughout the year, a summary of inspections, a summary of any complaints received, and assessing the adequacy of any contingency plans if they're needed. So, this for Cobden and the Ross sites this year, JP2G has undertaken that monitoring and provided us with their 2025 annual report. So their report noted the following. So some great news on this aspect with respect to the survey that was completed. So in 2025, now it was not a great time frame when they did the previous survey to the survey representing 2025. It had a bit of a gap. But it showed that there was an increase of approximately 2,700 cubic meters of basically landfill space that was utilized, which, if we count from December to January to December, equates to about 3,300 cubic meters. And if you recall from previous years, filling rates were usually in the range of about 7,500 cubic meters. So that has shown that last year there was a significant less amount of material that was taking up volume, which is a great thing because it means the landfill life, if we stay at that same rate, it extends the landfill life. So in our previous year's estimate from JP2G, in 2024, they had estimated 33 years of landfill life. And now, accounting for this new trend that we're seeing with smaller volume being used up, the projected, I did that backwards, sorry. Previously was 22 years, and now they're projecting 33 years. Oh, I made a mistake on that one. So what JP2G commented that this is likely in respect of the use of the new landfill compactor. So 2025 was the first year that the compactor was in use for the entire year. So it is, it's doing what we're hoping it would do. That's not to say that this is all just because of the compactor. There could be other things. We're doing lots of other things at the landfill. Mainly the compactor itself has allowed us to be a little more efficient in the way they develop cells. They kind of keep it in a contained area as opposed to spreading it out in a larger area. So that helps also keep down the amount of cover material that we use on the daily. So that also helps bring down the rates that the volume that we see each year. So included at the end of the report, I've just shown a little graph. Now it doesn't actually show the number of years, but it shows some trends that we're seeing over the last number of years. The green and yellow lines. The yellow line shows the amount of material that was in tons, including cover material, and then the green line shows excluding cover material. So you can see that the lines are dropping off nicely, which is showing that we're landfilling less, we're using less cover, and it's also we're compacting better. So we're leading to what ultimately comes out of that 33-year number. So this is a start of a trend. We'll have to see how this continues over the next number of years, and hopefully it continues. But yeah, we're making good progress. So the report from JP2G, most importantly, touches on stuff like groundwater, surface water, and landfill gas sampling. There are 3 compliance monitoring wells that are located at the down gradient property boundary, and those are used as our reasonable use assessment, or RUC locations. And in summary, JP2G has stated that the Ross Waste Disposal Site is operating in accordance with the terms of the license. So that was another good year. As far as the Cobden Waste Disposal Site goes, the last time, so it was 2 years ago since we last saw an update for Cobden, and JP2G's report has stated that the monitoring results continue to demonstrate consistent groundwater flow direction, so there's been no changes in the physical movement of groundwater, and that it's consistent with the historical site development, which the way that the site was designed, they designed it in a way that we would want the groundwater to move in a specific direction, and the results are showing that that is continuing, which is great. At this location, they've also taken a look at our RUC, our reasonable use monitoring wells, and an assessment was done. And the results from the 2024 and 2025 show that the chemical concentrations at all of the RUC wells are less than the limits, which is great. There was one noted exception, two, for iron and total dissolved solids at one monitoring well. However, both of those parameters are actually below the Ontario drinking water standards. So this actually indicates that there's no adverse environmental or human health risks related to those compounds. So overall, again, the monitoring results for the Cobden Waste Disposal Site remain stable under the post-closure conditions. So the reports for Ross and Cobden will be posted to the township's website. The ones provided in this report are somewhat abridged. The full reports are upwards of 700 pages, so you can take a look at the main JP2G report on the front half, but if you want all the nitty-gritty details, including tables and lab reports, you can find them online. The last thing to note is that previously recommended in the 2024 report and approved under the capital work plan, budget work plan, is that there needs to be a new monitoring well installed at the Ross landfill, just to define the limits at the extent of the landfill on, just to confirm, I guess, the compliance at the edge of the boundary of the landfill. So we have $35,000 in the budget work plan this year to install a well there. And that is being funded by directly from the Landfill Capital Reserve Fund. And that is something that's expected to be tendered in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully we'll have a new well installed out there early this summer. And that's everything. Are there any questions?
Perfect, thank you. And I'll go to the mover first, Councillor Moore.
Really, one question, but I don't know if it's important or not, but every place I look, it says Ross landfill site. It doesn't say Whitewater, and it doesn't have the actual street name. Why is that?
My understanding was historically called the Ross Waste Disposal Site. For history's sake, they don't like to change any tracking numbers or names. They like to keep it consistent so that if you were to go back and look to be able to compare today's results to 25, 30 years ago's results, it would be called the same thing. So it's a ministry titled name. And that being said, it also sometimes they'll say landfill, sometimes they'll say waste disposal site, but it always uses Ross.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Our seconder was Councillor Trim.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment and then maybe a question. Of all the numbers in this report, and there are hundreds, the one that sticks out for me the most is the number 33, which is potentially how much longer our landfill site will last. And it may even last longer than that because of the strategies that have been implemented. And maybe future strategies. But it gives me some comfort to know that in my lifetime, I'm not going to have to pay to have my garbage hauled somewhere else. So that gives me some comfort. The other thing I have a bit of a question that I'm hoping staff could consider. It was noted in the report that we do not have a bin or a structure to house resale, or no, not resale, reuse stuff. And I'm wondering if that would be another strategy to help reduce perhaps some other pile of garbage in the waste site. It's just a consideration. I'm not prepared to make a motion about it, Mr. Mayor. It's just, I noted that was in the report, and I'm just wondering if it is something that staff could consider in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good, thank you. Do you want to comment at all,
Yeah,
Superintendent?
I think that I think I've heard them called share sheds. There are a number of municipalities that do offer that, and it is, I would agree, something we could definitely consider. They do require approval under your ECA, so that would be something that would need to get adopted in. But definitely, I think that would be a good thing to consider. There's positives and negatives to them. There's management of them, and but yeah, we could bring that forward as something to consider for sure.
A follow-up. I'm hoping that my suggestion is not going to mean more work for staff. I'm just always thinking of efficiencies, and there might be some there. There might be less tonnage to shred, for instance, or something like that. I know staff time is valuable, and so that's not my suggestion, but something to look into. Thank you very much.
Yep.
The one thing I was going to mention is I do know, what's the name of there's an event that's held,
Big Give.
the Big Give, same sort of thing, and presumably encouraging those sorts of opportunities like the Big Give, as well as it functions in the same way. And the township does provide in-kind support for the leftovers of that, acknowledging that the Big Give actually diverts material, so it actually does do a good job on those sorts of things. So that's what it is.
It's good, so just to recognize, in a way, we are supporting that, but through that one event. Good. Councillor Bell?
Just to kind of piggyback off Councillor Trim's comments, we've talked a lot about the compactor over the last couple of years as being the main priority to try to increase the lifespan of the landfill site. Just wondering right now, as far as maybe just like a quick 30-second response, but just priorities to further increase that lifespan or projects that you might be taking on. You've said that just earlier on in the report that there were other things that you guys were kind of managing. Is there other things that you can point to that you're working on right now to divert some of those waste or kind of increase the lifespan of our landfill?
I'll pass it to Lane because he looks like he's got some.
Yeah, so like the landfill compactor was one of our big initiatives that we've done. One thing we've done previous to that was to purchase landfill tarps, which we'll be continuing to use and to push forward, and that actually will reduce the actual amount of cover material. We have done it like periodically through, and you only can do it in summertime. Wintertime is not feasible, but that's one initiative that we can keep pushing forward to reduce the actual cover material.
Good. And I'll add, I think we're going to talk about recycling later today. That's another effort. Yeah, but I think the theme from the questions is that we're always welcoming new ideas and initiatives that are going to save us money in the long term. Good. Anything else, Councillor Bell? No? Anyone else? Any other questions or comments? Okay, I see none, so we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Good. Next is our draft waste management bylaw. And the recommendation is two parts: that the Council of Township Whitewater Region 1 receive the draft waste management bylaw for the regulation of the collection, handling, separation, and disposal of waste within the municipality for information and input purposes. And 2, direct staff to amend the user fees and charges bylaw to include a new fee for industrial, commercial, and institutional recycling collection in the amount of $446 per unit annually. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore and seconded by Councillor Bell. Good.
Thank you. So a little bit of background to start with respect to waste management bylaws. So in 2001, there was a waste management bylaw created, and it was last brought forward to council for amendment in 2002. Waste management in practices and priorities in the municipality and in the province as a whole has changed pretty dramatically since then. I've written in my report that a telling fact of the existing bylaw and its need for repeal and replacement is that it makes no reference to recycling. The word recycling doesn't show up once, despite having been a core component of the township's waste management system and sort of policies for the last many years. So therefore, to ensure that the township has a clear, legally enforceable framework for how waste is managed, we've prepared a modern waste management bylaw and provided in draft form for council and the public's comment and consideration. So some key features of the proposed bylaw is that the bylaw will formally establish that the waste program's current policies and practices that have been required of users for many years. Policies that have been communicated to residents for such things as bag limits, collection days have mostly operated outside of a dedicated bylaw. So this bylaw will help clarify things such as the collection and landfill service standards. It'll demonstrate that the township's commitment to limiting that as much waste as possible from being landfilled, increasing the lifespan of the Ross disposal site, as we've just recently spoken to. It provides for clear definitions for different waste streams, including garbage, recyclables, leaf and yard waste, bulky items, and it outlines what materials are considered to be prohibited. A newer piece of this bylaw is that it establishes what property classes and uses are eligible for or required to utilize each of the different waste management programs that are offered by the township. It will do things such as set standards for waste storage areas and setouts, including container requirements, weight limits for bags, and even collection times. As I mentioned earlier, it does include information about which items would be prohibited and identified as being hazardous for acceptance either at the curbside or collection, at the landfill or at curbside collection. And this will help, for one, to ensure that their employees' health and safety is considered, and that we also protect the environment. It also outlines the township's authorities for inspection, enforcement, and penalties if necessary. So one of the newer pieces that this bylaw will be addressing is that there's been recent changes in the blue box regulations, specifically extended producer responsibility. So this is a framework that we've discussed previously that was implemented by the province as of January 1st, which is a very robust system for managing residentially generated blue box material. But it unfortunately left municipalities left out on their own to figure out how to deal with the so-called non-eligible source material, which is recyclable material generated at commercial businesses, such as industrial businesses, not-for-profits, municipal buildings like here, and facilities like the arenas, daycares, places of worship, and some campgrounds and trailer parks. So some of the provisions included in this bylaw will make sure that there's ways that recycling facilities and services are provided to these non-eligible sources, so that waste does not end up in the landfill. So the bylaw as currently shown in draft establishes that the township will provide blue box collection services to all properties that are classified by MPAC as non-eligible source uses, and are the ones that I just listed earlier. And it spells out in the bylaw by property type and property code. Specifically, the ones that are included as property codes are the ones that we already have. And then more generally, it spells out the different types so that if a new business were to come in that didn't fit the existing codes, they would be covered in the sort of more generalized class. Included in the bylaw currently, staff have included an exemption provisions for municipally delivered ICI for any small industrial, commercial, institutional properties that can provide proof to the township that an alternate private recycling service has been arranged. Any private recycling services would be required to ensure that all types of blue box waste that would be provided through the municipal program, such as plastic, glass, metal, and paper fibers, if they're able to establish that they have both of those services in place, that an exemption to that could be considered. The one thing of note is that this exemption would apply specifically to the recycling collection fee that we're talking about today. It would not be subject to the garbage collection fee, which is separate in the currently $168 charge per year. Of note that this exemption could lead us to a situation where ICI sources that have opted out of the municipally run program, if they wanted to attend the Ross landfill with blue box waste. So currently, blue box waste is collected from both residential and commercial customers. The portion of the waste that comes from the commercial customers would be funded partly by this proposed user fee that we're considering, that we will get to further down in the report. If there were to be an exemption allowed for customers to not, if they have their own private service, there would be some problems potentially tracking those people, those businesses coming into the landfill to try and deposit material that's not actually being funded by a user fee. And tracking of that would be difficult because it would potentially be a fairly small subset of businesses. So of note, staff at this time were unable to determine if any properties would choose to arrange for private collection. We do know that there are some that likely have cardboard bins, but we're expecting that number, if there are some, would be rather minimal. So the next thing to discuss is, as I mentioned, is the funding of this program. So at council's meeting on December 5th in 2025, the small ICI non-eligible source collection program was approved and began collection in early January. And since that time, Miller Waste has been undertaking collection from the 153 properties that were included in this ICI list at a cost of $6.75 per week. At that time, council was unable to determine a funding source for the collection program, but we chose to move ahead with the delivery of it in the interest of maintaining the diversion rates and protecting landfill capacity. So in preparation of the user fees and charges bylaw and municipal tax rate passing, we're asking that council provide direction on how to fund the program. Some items that staff felt was necessary to bring forward is that the province's action to explicitly exclude non-eligible sources from the EPR program and the regulations, it makes it clear that the expectation in Ontario is that businesses are responsible for managing their own wastes and the cost to do so. The fundamental concept of extended producer responsibility is polluter pay. Therefore, staff are recommending that the small ICI blue box collection program be funded directly by properties serviced through a user fee. And this aligns with the spirit of the province's implementation of the EPR program. Of note, had the township not chosen to offer this program ourselves, but did still pass the municipal waste management bylaw that requires blue box recycling, ultimately these properties would be responsible for finding a collection themselves and paying for it. And the fact that the township has set up this collection program does allow some economy of scale because there's all these businesses and our adjacent municipalities together, working together to ultimately lower the cost for businesses to do this as compared to if they had found private collection. So the operational impacts to residents for the bylaw as a whole are expected to be rather minimal, as most of the provisions in it are already in practice, you could say. However, as discussed earlier, the matter of the small ICI collection is the main change that comes as a result of the adoption of a waste management bylaw and the addition of the small ICI user fee. So am I passing it over to the treasurer? I understand you've prepared, the treasurer has prepared a number of options that council could consider for funding this. As I mentioned, staff have recommended it being fully funded. But I don't know if Curtis wants to speak to some of the options that have been discussed.
Just before I'll get the CAO to jump in.
Yeah, if I could just turn it back to the members of council initially, and if they are considering alternatives. I mean, the motion before council is that you direct staff to implement a user fee specific to the businesses at a cost of $446. If there's some deliberations and requests, we did prepare some slides on what it may look like if taxation supports a portion of this cost or the full cost, but maybe we'll turn it back to council, subject to you being completed your presentation, Deanna. Thanks.
Yeah, so I mean, I can make the last comment that I had in the financial section of the report was the total cost for the curbside and landfill ICI blue box collection and management is approximately $68,000 per year. So staff's current recommended ICI program would be funded through an annual ICI recycling user fee, which is in the amount of $446 per unit. And as I mentioned earlier, that this is independent of the garbage collection costs, which are currently at $168 and would continue to apply to all businesses. So that's the last item of the report.
Thank you for that very comprehensive briefing. So what we'll do, council, we'll come back. We're looking for comments on either the content of the bylaw from a policy perspective, or your thoughts on the user fee proposal. So I'll go to the mover first, Councillor Moore.
Well, for anybody that knows me, you know that our last couple of meetings over the last 2 or 3 years when we were discussing this, I wasn't in favor of this, and here we are again discussing this, taking council time. Unfortunately, we all know when the provincial government or the federal government take charge of something, it costs more money. And sure enough, here we are. It was all covered before, everybody was happy, and now we have to decide what we're going to do with this extra cost to our small businesses who didn't have this cost before, mainly $446 a year, which is only good for the first year. After that, we don't know what it's going to be. It would be nice if this council, one of the last things it may do is try and alleviate some of this cost to our small businesses who can't afford this increase, especially in the Cobden area where they're paying water and wastewater. It's astronomical what we're asking some of our taxpayers and some of our businesses to pay. So I would be definitely in favor of hearing what the treasurer has come up with, and maybe have a future discussion on that at that time. So at this time, I would like to hear what everybody else has to say, but I feel sorry for our small businesses and we don't want to drive them out of business.
Good, thank you, Councillor Moore, and I'll go to Councillor Bell as a seconder.
Maybe just a quick reminder, because there was a bit of an investigation as to, I don't know if you call it the legality or the appropriateness of the township's taxation paying for the ICI collection. Could I just get a quick reminder as to what, back at that December 5th meeting? I believe it was already investigated. You presented a report on it, but I forget exactly what the wording of the findings were.
I defer that to the treasurer. Yeah, treasurer, if you can just
Sure.
answer that
So
question.
the regular question that was asked is whether it could be a special area charge or a user fee and dispersed over the entire user group of the user fee. So it would be integrated into the 168 charge that everybody pays for landfill. The piece with that was that it's borne by the people who actually are benefiting from the service. So dispersing that cost out over the general population was not the best or not the appropriate way of doing that. Another option I think you had put forward at the time was trying to see if it could be integrated into the tipping fees at the landfill. Again, same premise. It was a user fee base of the actual users coming through, paying for the service that they're receiving. So it couldn't go that way. Taxation is a little more open because there is a generalized that their businesses are in the municipality, if that is the benefit to the residents. So there's taxation's a little more open and it could fund some of it. If it's whenever it's a specific user fee, that's whenever it becomes easily challenged as a bylaw. And we don't want to go down that route of that side. So the ability to put it under a portion of it or some of it under taxation is more available to the municipality and to council.
Back to Councillor Bell. Any other comments?
No, that clarifies it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Trim.
If I may take up just a minute, Mr. Mayor, because I wondered about this whole thing when it was happening, and I had an opportunity, coincidentally, at a workshop at AMO to ask a question personally of Minister Flack. And he was surprised at the question. He said to me, the province has never paid for ICI pickup, but because, as I found out later, in the urban areas, businesses have always been picking up their own recycling, as far as I can understand. He wasn't aware of what was happening in rural areas, and we weren't aware that maybe we shouldn't have been doing it that way. And so there was quite a bit of pushback from rural municipalities to the ministry, and their final decision was, no, we haven't been paying for it for the most of industries in Ontario. We shouldn't be doing it now. So that's kind of a bit of background. It's a surprise to us. It's a surprise to our small businesses, and I certainly concur with the comments of Councillor Moore. But here we are with a problem that we have to solve that we didn't create. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments from members of council? Councillor Olmsted?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Small businesses are really under attack right now. If you talk to local businesses, hopefully some of you guys go in and talk to local businesses, they are absolutely hurting in 2026. It's been quite a detriment year to almost every business, every industry out there. And I'm talking small business, medium-sized business. It doesn't sound like a whole lot, $470 to a business, or to us maybe, to get a council paycheck, but I can guarantee you that this will close businesses. A coffee shop, another 500 coffees they have to sell. They probably sell a couple thousand a year to begin with. Pizzas, ice creams, whatever. I don't think this council can sit here and hide behind some sort of a ruling, or we've already closed a car wash down because we're hiding behind what the report said, that the fee that had to be charged for water. Get it? But we can't sit here and think that these decisions don't have an impact. So now we have residents driving to Renfrew and Pembroke to find a car wash because there's no longer one locally. And that's on us. That's on me. We made that decision. So great. So I don't think we can sit here and think that we can simply go ahead and charge 100 and some businesses and it's not going to have an impact. It's going to have a severe impact. These people employ people. They live in our community, and it'll hurt the community. So I would propose for this year, we look at general taxation until we might be able to come up with a better solution in another year or so. Just buy some time to look at a different alternative. But I think the wrong thing to do is to vote for all these businesses to bear this extra burden of cost. They're looking at increased costs across the board right now for raw materials, for fuel, for them to go get materials. Talk to any one of these local businesses on the main street. Every one of them are severely hurting right now. And I think this is the wrong thing to do. Thank you.
Good. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Trim?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with everything that Councillor Olmsted said and Councillor Moore said. The alternative, as has been suggested, and I know that our treasurer's worked out some scenarios, is to add this cost to everybody's taxes. Now, that's not going to be popular either. We know what's happening with the cost of fuel, and in a rural area, that's really hard on people who have to travel everywhere. Food is going to be next, and everything else is going to fall in line. And this isn't going to change significantly. It may get worse, but it's not going to get better for probably a couple of years if everything went well. So that's the dilemma that I personally am in, because it means an increase to everybody else's taxes. And I know that our treasurer prepared some numbers for us to consider, and it's quite a heartbreaking dilemma for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor White.
Well, I'm definitely not in favor of charging our businesses $446. That's, we just can't afford that. They can't afford it, and we couldn't put that on them. And I have no problem increasing our taxes for something like this, because we all use the businesses here. At some point, you use a business, and, adding on, an extra, I'm not sure, what's it say here? Well, we could put, $338 per 100,000. That doesn't seem like a lot of money to help our businesses stay.
Good. Any other comments? Sorry, I'm going to propose to, because there is a very clear desire to want to get into the costing on this. And what I'd like to propose is that we'll go to the treasurer, we'll ask him to provide the information and see if then somebody would like to put an amendment on the floor. And then we can debate that amendment. Is that fair? Okay. Now, just before the treasurer gets set up here, I want to come back to the policy. And just to recognize, this is a new policy that hasn't been renewed in 24 years. And before we jump into this thing with 2 feet with the treasurer, does anybody have any comments or questions with respect to the draft policy, the bylaw? Good. The comment I'll throw, oh, sorry, yes, Councillor White.
I have quite a few, but I'm going to talk to Deanna about them because they're more grammatical and things like that. I've already mentioned it to her.
Perfect. Good. I went through it. I think it's very well written. I'm glad to see that it is renewed after 24 years. It captures what we're doing. We're not really, besides this one, the commercial industrial perspective is the new piece. What I just wanted to say thank you for putting the effort into that and making sure that we have something renewed after 24 years. Good. Councils, I'm getting consensus. We'll ask the treasurer to speak before we put a motion on the floor. Okay, so treasurer, floor is yours.
Thank you.
And maybe if I could just preface the introduction from our treasurer, if you'll allow me. So I think what the treasurer has prepared, and we've discussed this quite a bit, is how do you fund a reproportionalization of the fee. So this is what he's going to present is maybe one way. We could look at other alternatives, but I think what we're trying to extract from members of council is it 100% user fee, the 446? Is it a different ratio? How we fund it, we could analyze that and come back. But what's the proportion? Is it 100% taxation or other, or is it a portion of that? So over to you, treasurer, if you want to walk through your slides.
Thank you.
First slide, yeah.
So first slide is per the actual recommendation. So per the recommendation that is on the floor right now that Deanna has prepared. So it's $446 for a curbside recycling pickup with the ability to bring material to the landfill. So if you're not exempted from it, like you aren't able to be exempted from it, you pay the $446, you're able to bring materials to landfill. They will also be automatically paying the $168 curbside garbage collection fee. So every business would pay an annual charge of $614. We had a little bit of, whenever this was originally talked about, there was that piece of which one would they be paying or be out of one fee and not paying the other. So I wanted to make sure this was clear to council that their total cost to the business would be $614. Like we're just talking about the 446, but the 168 already exists for garbage from prior. So that's the total annual charge, $614, or it's roughly $51.17 a month is what that cost would be to a business. Speaking to Deanna, if they were to get some other contractors or anything else to actually pick up their collection, it'd be substantially more than $50 a month to do that collection, to have the bin. So that's why I kind of wanted to put that on there, because most contracts that a business will pick up are going to be monthly. So it makes the most sense to kind of to look at it from that aspect. Can you go to slide 2, please? So alternative 1 is to do a 50% subsidization of the industrial, commercial, and institutional. So this is beyond the recommendation if council chooses to change that recommendation. So by doing that, you would increase the current levy that was approved by 0.41%. So the residential property taxes would increase by $337 per 100,000 assessment. And then the ICI would pay $223 plus the $168, or $391 annually, which is $32.58 per month. And I kept it kind of slim down. The next option, alternative 2, was to fully fund it through taxation, which I think was Councillor Olmsted was kind of leaning towards. So that increase would be a 0.83% increase on our current levy, the one that was approved. So that would increase residential property taxes by $675 per $100,000 of assessment. So industrial ICI properties would pay $0 for curbside recycling. Still be able to bring it at the depot, and then it'd be the 168 curbside, so it'd be back to their standard that was being charged before of the $14 per month. I think I'll leave it as that for delegate questions of that. Yep. Can you go up to 1? There you go. That one, yeah. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so I think just, one of the notes that I wanted to make just on behalf of staff is that we also recognize the impact on businesses. And while our recommendation does note 446, the full 100% user fee, we do recognize there will be an impact, and we recognize there's a business retention aspect to it. So while economic development is not represented here in this context, but we do recognize there's going to be impact, and we fully support council's direction on as it pertains to this. So, so it's before council now through the mayor.
Good. I'll offer anybody if they want to clarify anything the treasurer presented before we hear a motion on the floor. Yeah, I'm going to go with Councillor Olmsted, then Councillor Moore.
Yeah, sorry, just a question about increasing the levy. So as we've already passed the budget, how does that work?
We would have to bring back that bylaw and amend that bylaw. So what would happen is right now that amount is being funded as a user fee. That would be reallocated to the taxation side, and since we have not passed the tax rates, hence why it's not here today, I have it ready, but it would come back for the May 20th meeting. So what would happen is if the decision was made to amend it to one of the other 2 options, on the 20th, the user fee bylaw would not need to come back because it's not there is no user fee included depending on which option is chosen. The bylaw for the budget would come back to be reapproved, and then the rates would be passed at that point in time, all on the 20th.
Great, thank you.
And Councillor Moore, any questions to the treasurer?
Just wondering, if we do this, what happens to our $68,000 contract?
Not sure I know how the expenses treated, you mean?
Yeah, well, right now, it's perceived to be $68,000 for the Friday pickup for our small businesses. If we decide to go in a different direction, are we under contract, or what happens there?
So the contract piece I'll let Deanna speak to, but the cost is already incorporated into the budget as it was currently presented. It's just the method of how it was being recuperated, like money coming in to offset that contract, was set as user fees. And so that would just be the change of the budget side versus where it's in the taxation level or whether it's a user fee side. For the contract piece, I'd just let Deanna mention how for the contract negotiations and things like that for the next coming year.
I guess so what I can say is so this contract with Miller goes until December 31st. And the rates that are set, the amount that they're charging us is set until December 31st. Beyond that, if I'm not sure, sorry, I'm processing in the moment. If it's still, from the bylaw perspective, if we've said it's you're adopting the ICI program, and if we are going to continue with it in January, going forward, we would go back to Miller and look to renew that contract, and presumably it would be at the same price or adjusted for CPI or something along those lines. I'm not sure how the funding would have impact that. I'm sorry, I'm missing something.
Yeah, so like if the contract comes back with fewer users due to people coming out of it, but the cost potentially may stay the same because right now our contract sets it, I think, is $675 per stop per week. So that's up to a upset limit of number of users, I believe, is what the director's Superintendent Nicholson had mentioned. So that wouldn't change. It would just fluctuate up or down depending on the number of actual users at the time, which we should know a set number going through this year. Then in the coming year, so 2027, it would be a decision at that point in time whether we pull it back out of taxation and move it over to user fee at that point in time, or that's why the alternative one was kind of in here. It was put half of the cost onto the commercial properties and half is borne by the residents through taxation, and then potentially maybe 75% of ease it in more or less to the businesses. So they don't need to take the full cost right off the hop. And while this contract is negotiated down, we might get to a certain number of users where the cost will actually decrease. It's less likely, but that could happen, and then that 446 may actually decrease before that point in time, and it may level off. The 75% may be the full cost type of thing. That's kind of the idea behind the 50-50 split. I do have two other slides talking 75 and 25, but I didn't want to go into that much detail right this
One
second.
other question, if I may. What about the groups that may want to opt out? Does that affect anything? Are we still going to pay, as a council, sitting around the table, decide we'll pay for all the 153 groups and then have some opt out? How is that going to work? Because we do believe that we are going to option that.
So within a small, when Miller provided us the current cost, they allotted a small number of up or down, essentially. If it's anything more, I think it was, I don't remember if it was 5% or 10%. So basically about 10 or 15 is what they kind of allowed for adjustments. Anything beyond that, I would assume that it would just make the cost per stop higher, because Miller's costs are essentially fixed. They're devoting a truck to the route and dividing it amongst the number of people is essentially what it comes down to. So if you have a fewer number of users, I mean, I can't say for sure if it would drive the rate up, but if there's enough of them, eventually it would, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I'll just put one add to that. So
The total cost would still be the same.
exactly, that's what I was going to say, is the total cost of the contract is negotiated for the year, so we're still going to have to pay that out for the entire year as it is through taxation, or however way we restructure this. It'd be in 2027, it's an annual thing that we'd go through and actually go through that process of saying it's $68,000 this year. We drop like 10 or 15 businesses get exempt. Well, that cost may go down to 52. Well, then we're only going to fund 52, and that's what the contract's going to be written in for. Right now, it's a set contract to supply the service, and we go through that process. And once it's kind of narrowed down, then we can get into those extended year agreements that it makes it a lot easier to predict. That's what we're in right now with the 168, and that's why that 168 hasn't fluctuated for many years, is because all these changes and everything else going on has not required us to make a change to that fee, because things have gone out while other costs have gone up, and just kind of levels everything out.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Yes, Councillor Trim.
Mr. Mayor, I know that we make our own decisions here, and that's right that we do so. But I'm just interested in if we know what our partner municipalities are doing, because I'm sure they're wrestling with the same issue. And as a secondary, the treasurer can help me with this too. We're talking about $100,000 assessment. I would think that there's many properties that have more than $100,000 assessment. However, I will, both of those, if you could help me with, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, I know Arnprior adopted a set ICI user fee for their Blue Box last year or 2 years ago. They have a distinct separate fee. I know Renfrew is all tax-based for their waste management, and I believe the three partners in Pembroke, Petawawa, Laurentian Valley, they didn't give us a black and white answer, but I was under the impression that they already had a separate user fee for commercial businesses for their waste separately anyways. So they were already charged a separate rate for a different service, and that was incorporated in, and then the rates adjusted to accommodate that. So those were the four that we heard from, and then the Eganville group, I can't remember if they had a special area charge specifically, so their downtown, they specifically only pay the, what will become their recycling rate.
Good, your second question, comment from the treasurer, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, so like, in the 50/50 rate, probably average is closer to 200,000, so you would double the 337, so you'd be looking at like 670, and then the other 675, you'd be looking at $14, give or take, like just a little under. It would be like 1350. So that's what you would be looking at as an increase to the taxation, where this year you're already looking at, oh, now we're gonna test my memory, about a 40-something dollar, I think is what the increase currently already looks like for the year. So you'd be adding that to that. So you'd be pushing closer to like a $50-some increase to taxation for the year for that style of home.
You can think about an amendment you want to put on the floor. I will highlight that, just some background. We had a delegation, and I'm struggling to remember if it was AMO or Roma, and we spoke to MECP with Bonnechere Valley on this, stating that we wanted it reviewed. It was being reviewed. It went back and forth into the fall. We thought we had it sorted where Circular Materials Ontario was going to include it so that it wasn't two sets of trucks. It was going to be a separate fee, but the economy of scale could be taken advantage of. That was reversed very late in the year. And it was the superintendents across the municipalities that scrambled to implement something for 1st of January when it had to be implemented for. And we have this Friday pickup, the $68,000 contract for 1 year as that solution. And we clearly gave direction to staff on that back in December. We didn't confirm at the time how to fund it. But we don't have that information yet. How much are they picking up? How many stops are they actually making? Is there a better way to do this delivery or this pickup? That kind of information isn't available. And in the vacuum of time that we had, when the province made its decision, we didn't have an opportunity to consider that data and come up with an alternative. So, you know, I'm treating this as we had to put something in place. We put it in place, the best of the worst. We got to figure out how to fund it, but hopefully that this year will give us information in order to consider alternatives going forward, or tweaking it, as the superintendent may consider. Good. Did I talk long enough that someone wants to consider an amendment? Yeah, Councillor Olmsted.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt alternative number 1 as the alternative.
Good, so that would change item number 2 in the recommendation. It would be a combination of user fee and general taxation.
I noticed I noticed you left it up there long enough for me to stare at it. That you didn't leave it on alternative number 2. It just alternative 1 stared me in the face long enough. Treasure.
Good. Do we have a seconder? Yeah, seconded by Councillor White. Good. So Olmsted and White, an amendment. So I'll just make sure that we're clear on this amendment. Language be something like direct staff to amend the user fee and charges bylaw to include a new fee representing 50% of the cost and general taxation for the balance for this first year, for 2026, current year. Good. Councillor White, you're good. So that's the mover and a seconder. Sorry, do you need to?
It's your motion.
Sorry?
It's just your motion. It would be amend the user fee bylaw and amend the tax rate bylaw, or the tax user fee budget bylaw as well.
Okay.
Either just because they're two.
You've got that language? Okay. Same, didn't change the material of what I said?
Nope. The
Good.
rest of it's
Okay.
right. It's just there will be 2 bylaws that have been
Good.
amended.
Okay, so we'll get it, he's gonna type it out for us. So I got a mover and a seconder. We'll open it up for debate. Is there any comments or questions? Sorry. I've got to let the debate go first unless you think you want to wait? And I'll come back to staff. Good. Any other debate from members of council? You're happy with that? Deputy Mayor?
No debate. I think this is the best option at this point in time, and I definitely will support this at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Good. Any other comments? Good. I'm going to go to staff, and our Director of Public Works has been very patient over here. So I'm going to go to him, and then I'll come back to the superintendent, okay? Good. So, Director.
Just a comment with the, originally, before our waste management fee, it was in, all of our waste management fees were part of taxation, which would represent, before, previous when we were doing recycling, it was like between, I think, 7 and 9% of the actual levy. The one question to the treasurer, what is the ratio between residential properties and commercial properties?
1 second.
And only why I present that is because before we had a waste management fee, businesses always paid higher than a residential property for waste management. And then just making going forward is you provided, it's 3% or $3.33 with $3 and change for a residential property. I just want to know what it would cost for a commercial property.
The residential split right now is 83% is our weighted tax base is 83% residential, 7% commercial, and 2% industrial. So the weighting class for commercial has a ratio of about 1.8. So you would times that $3.38 by 1.8, and that would give you your value. Give me 1 second, I can tell you. So it would be about a $6.13 increase per $100,000 of commercial assessment. Because they do, as the Director of Public Works is kind of alluding to, is that they do already pay a higher portion of it. That's what part of the weighting and the way taxation rates are calculated, is the assessment is weighted based on specific ratios, and the ratio for residential is 1 to 1, but the residential or the ratio for commercial is 1.8 to 1. So they pay 180% of what a residential property would pay. And then when you get to commercial or industrial, it's 2.46%. So they pay a higher portion than the residential.
Yeah, I feel like my comment is out of place at this point. Before you pass it, I just wanted to mention that we are looking for comments back on the actual bylaw. And if you could provide those to myself or the director in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we intend to return with a final version on June 3rd.
Perfect. Good. If there's no other comments, I have one. Sorry, and I wanted to make sure that everybody else had the opportunity to debate it. I'm prepared to even go higher than 50%, but I will respect what has been put on the floor. And the second thing is that the financing of it, although the treasurer did indicate adding to taxation, I would consider looking internally to see if there could be some savings not affecting our increase in taxation. It's not part of the motion, but I would ask that our council lead for finance sit down with the treasurer and see if there may be an alternative way to source the money. As Councillor Trim had indicated, the impact on the cost of fuel and all these other expenses are going up for everybody. I believe that we should look at bearing the brunt across as much of it as we can, including ourselves. So I would throw that on the floor. It's not an amendment, but if there's comments to that, or consensus is what we'll take. I'm getting nods, if that's Councillor Olmsted, that works on you. Okay. Yeah. Oh.
Sorry, I missed that last part.
The work is on you. You're the lead. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, any final debate on the amendment that's on the floor? And it is up in writing. Direct staff to amend the user fee and charges bylaw and the 2026 operating budget to equally distribute the new fee for industrial, commercial, and institutional recycling to each. To each.
Well, to each of the ones before.
Yeah, okay, to each of the previous one. I'm reading it out loud, not listening for content. Okay. Good? No final things? Yeah, Counselor Olmsted?
Just to clarify, just for what the Director of Public Works had said, so, just so we understand, the IC&I properties are going to get a tax increase as well. So it's not as if, we're just subsidizing half. They're going to pay half, plus their taxes are going up as well. So, good catch there, Director. Just wanted to make that public. It's not as if the taxpayer is subsidizing this by a great amount. Everybody's taxes are going to go up slightly, and half the cost, the user fee, will be borne by the ICI property.
Good, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it is carried. That is the amendment. I need to vote on the final motion, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So the new motion, as we've now amended it, was Councillor Moore and seconded by Councillor Bell. And final comments? I've got mover and seconder, Councillor Moore and Councillor Bell. Call for a vote. All those in favor? And it is carried. Thank you. Good, and with that, we'll take a 5-minute bio break and we'll come back in at 2:30. And welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, May 6th. We're going to call ourselves back to order here at 2:33 p.m. And we're on to item 10.5, which is the debt management policy. The recommendation is that the council of the Township of Whitewater Region receive the debt management policy for information and review. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Moore and Councillor White. Excellent. And to the treasurer, please.
Thank you. So this debt management policy is the first in a number of policies that I'm currently going through reviewing and in bringing to council as part of the direction from the budget committee to look at the financial sustainability of the township and create guiding documents and amend guiding documents for the municipality. So the debt management policy is a designed, structured framework to guide prudent use of debt and the management of it for long-term financing. We also go through the pieces of initializing what debt is, what it qualifies for debt, what the eligible projects are, and what the inner workings of it are as to what is expected from myself as treasurer, from CAO, and all that to bring back to council every time we initiate debt, as well as setting targets for ratios and debt markers that are key to showing the financial sustainability and stability of the township. So those type of processes will come forward each time that a new debenture is brought onto the books. So you'll notice that in my report, I talk about the second paragraph is partly talking about where we want to use debt mainly when it's the end resort, because debt is a financing source, not a funding source. And what that means is it's a way of getting money to buy something, but we still have to fund that debt. It's deferring the overall purchase cost over a longer period of time. And the goal is to promote pay-as-you-go whenever we actually purchase something. So either having the money in advance of it or putting the money away over time in order to make the debenture, whatever we take in, smaller over time to try and kind of offset that size of debenture. Because there are limits as to how much money an actual municipality can borrow. That's guided by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing through the annual repayment limit. And as stipulated by that document, it's 25% of our own source revenue. Whenever I talk about own source revenue, that is everything that we generate. So it's our levy, our user fees, less grants that we receive. So our operating grants would be like UMF, OSIF, and CCBF. We can't count those grants that we already use for capital. We have to use our own source revenue. So it's things we generate ourselves. So it's the taxation levy and user fees. So that 25% of that for 2026 is $1.3 million is what our remaining room is on our debenture limit. That's the full 25%. In the actual policy, I've actually proposed that we don't ever go to that full 25% whenever we're actually proposing new debentures to be brought onto the books. We pick a lower ratio at 20%. I've actually seen municipalities go even lower than that. The guiding idea behind that is so that these are, for projects that we're looking to fund, it gives us an upset limit of what we can fund for the project and leaves that 5% open for an emergency. So it gives us some ability to have something, so if something comes up that we're not planning in our 5-10-year plan that comes up that needs to be done, at least when the debt is already projected out, which is what is going to be coming forward to council shortly, once the asset management plan is completed, there's going to be talk, like our water and wastewater study does, it talks about how to fund certain assets over time, and it actually programs in when a debenture is taken on and the cost of that going forward. So what it would do is it would actually say, here's all your debentures you can take, here's where we hit the 20% limit, and we can't go past that. So how other form are we going to come up with our way of financing these assets? Through reserves, tax levy increases, grants, things like that. That's what it's going to stipulate. By doing that and being planned out that way, we know that that 5%, should an emergency come up, the municipality at least has some form of way of addressing that beyond just the working capital reserve, which is for emergency purposes. So I talk about inside the actual policy, limits as to how much debt we would take on compared to own source revenues. It also talks about ratios of debt to other assets. And then it breaks all the way down into the actual, the key highlight side. So I did note, so 25%, the 1.37 million that's remaining that we have for 2026, it equates to approximately a $16.4 million loan is what we could take out as principal for 20 years at 5%. That's right now, that's the max amount of money we could borrow if we had a 20-year loan at 5%. If the policy goes forward as I've presented, the debt repayment limit, if it was brought down to 20%, we'd go from the $1.3 million down to $737,000. That equates to a $9.3 million loan. So you notice it drastically reduces the amount of money we have to borrow, but again, it's putting that away for the rainy day, more or less, for those emergencies. I'm also looking at this because in 2026, there's a couple loans coming off the books that this amount does not include. And then in 2027, we have another 2 coming off the books. The repayment on limit, that's about $110,000. So that repayment limit goes up, because that's the balance of it remaining, goes up as these loans come back off the books. So our space opens up as loans come off. And that's kind of the guiding factor behind the other piece that's part of this is that the loans need to be attached to the useful life of the asset, and they need to be shorter than the useful life of the asset. So by the time you're finished paying for the loan, you still have the asset to continue using. We're not done and then starting over and paying for a brand new asset and having to borrow for the new. We're not saving any money to get to that point. We're just making that one asset cost more. So what part of the piece that I put into the side, what the heck did I do? 1 second. So part of the piece is that, so new capital expenditure, the asset is included in the asset management plan. The amount after deducting all available funding sources and development charges is greater than 5% of the tax levy increase. So one project has an impact that's going to increase the tax levy by 5%. That's when it becomes eligible to think about doing a debenture for it, should it need to be done in that 1 year. The debt can be tax supported, which is recovered by non-water and wastewater revenue sources, or user rate supported, recovered by the water and waste sewer fees. And then the following types of capital projects are eligible for the long-term debt financing. So non-growth related development charges funded infrastructure. So the repayment of this type would be recovered through future development charge revenues received. That would tie into our development charges bylaw we already have in place. New municipal infrastructure and facilities not funded through development charges. So because facilities have a long life to them, that allows for that debenture piece and the size of the cost, because it meets two guidelines. One guideline is it's over the 5% of a levy increase, and its life of the actual asset extends past the length of the loan. Because right now, an Infrastructure Ontario debenture is maximum 30 years, and our buildings are in the 50 to 60 year useful life range. Major rehabilitation or reconstruction of existing assets as short-term strategy to address significant backlog or emergency. So I've left that stipulation in there just in case to open up that we do have that ability to do it for emergency situations. And then projects that provide future cost savings or cost avoidance. One of those that brings to mind is we purchased a Packer roller. We're finishing off the debenture this year. So I think it was a 5-year debenture, and I think it was borrowed at like 1% interest at the time on the debenture. So it was a prudent purchase because we were renting one every year. It was actually more cost effective to own it now, and it will continue to go past the 5 years that it was originally financed for. But it eliminated some operating cost in the long run, and now once it's fully paid off, it more or less we're just paying for maintenance on the machine, and we own a piece of equipment. That's one of those stipulations. At that point in time, interest rates were very low, so it was fantastic. Now it's, anyways. So then we fall to the non-eligible side. So land, would be non-eligible for debenture because it's an asset that does not qualify because it's non-depreciable. So there's no length of time that it could be equated for as to how long we're going to own that asset as to have that debenture attached to it. If the land was attached to a building, then it would be applicable, but if it's just blank land, that'd be different. Vehicles and equipment, as their useful life is too short to constitute this type of financing. And then hard surface road projects with life expectancy of the surface is not greater than 15 years. And the reason that I stipulated 15 years is because 15 years is kind of the hard end to most of the DST roads, even with the triple surface. And I'd lean more to the manager or the director of public works for that side. But having that, since 15 years would be about the length of time the debenture would be, it falls under that that guideline that we'd still be paying for the debenture when we have to renew the asset again as soon as that debenture is over. So it's not prudent in trying to save or move the municipality forward in any way. So it's not really financially or fiscally responsible to do it that way because it increases the cost because of the interest charges over that entire life, where if there was a way to do it of save for it in reserves, pay for it up front, the interest charges for the most part would be then saved for the actual new rehabilitation of that road in time. And the asset management plan will lean further into that whenever that comes forward. So the financial implications to this is it doesn't create an immediate financial impact or commit the township to new borrowing. Instead, it provides a structured framework to guide future debt-related decisions and ensure borrowing is undertaken in a fiscally responsible and financially affordable manner. Any future debt instruments will include and require council approval and will be subject to detailed financial analysis, including affordability assessments, legislative limits, and the alignment with credit approval through capital budgets and long-term financial plans. The policy supports prudent financial management by mitigating financing risk and promoting cost-effective financing practices. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Treasurer. I'm actually, I like the policy. I kind of geeked out on it. But with that, I'm going to, it's a fairly important policy. Anyway, I will save my comments till the end. Councillor Moore, you were my mover.
This is the first time I've seen this in writing, so yeah, I'm glad it's here, and I think it was a long time in coming, and it's nice for the public to know what we're debating all the time when it comes to money, so especially at budget time. And I'm assuming we'll be visiting this again come budget time. So thank you.
We'll probably be visiting this actually very shortly because there's the debenture for Crawford. So.
Next, I got Councillor White. Any comments or questions?
Well, at least I know, understand what I'm voting on now. I tried to read it and it was just, but Curtis explained it pretty good, so. But I will read the policy just to see if I can understand it.
Good. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As I haven't gone through the details, I didn't even see how many pages. It was like 25 or 30 pages or whatever it was, 25. Without me having to go line by line, is there anything in here that's going to be restrictive? And I'm thinking of if there's a P3 opportunity, for instance, that we need to borrow for, and there's a partner in there. That's an example. Or maybe a different policy altogether, but like for an investment purpose, like if sometimes people borrow to invest, if we ever get to that point, that we've got cash, is there anything that would prevent or handcuff us in those regards?
Sure. So this is more for financing and getting rid of debt as a way of financing assets. So if we were doing the financing piece, I'm actually going to be bringing an investment policy forward. So it'll talk about that side for what'll happen with money. So there's the in-between point. Because the next one I'm going to be bringing forward is reserves. So you get debentures first, you get reserves, which is the financing piece. And then whenever you're actually working forward that you're actually able to put money away in reserves, what do you do with that money in reserves to make more money, to make that dollar go further for the taxpayer? That's where that investment policy comes in. So that'll be policy number 3 of kind of the chain of this, as well as TCA, as well as like, there's a number of policies I'm going to be bringing. May 20th is going to be a busy meeting for policies. That's why I wanted to bring this one first. The piece is that it doesn't really handcuff us in those manners, other than the handcuffs of there's targets to show that we're fiscally responsible, and guidelines that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing kind of has set out through their FIR, and where they talk about high risk, low risk, and those type of areas. So I've put those targets around those areas. If you go to the last page, which is the appendix page, it talks about all the target ratios underneath each calculation, because there's actually how each one is calculated. So if anybody ever wants to try and do it, I did the calculations based on 2024 financial statements we just did. Those targets are all kind of laid out there, as well as some targets in amongst the policy itself, where it talks about 100% of the taxation. We won't go past that. 3 times for water, 3 times for wastewater. So a perfect example for that one is wastewater. All of which are, upon council approval, can be amended, like go away from the policy for a certain reason. But that one specifically for wastewater, like the sewer treatment plant has a $6 million debenture currently on it. So it's more than 3 times over the annual revenue. Because annual revenue on that is about 1.5, so you're about 2.5, so like you're 4 times over instead of the 3 times. So you're technically, we've already capped out that one area, but there has to be some sort of limit set in. And that's why I've brought it forward this way as for information review. So if any members of council have any amendments or pieces that kind of come up over the next 2 weeks while reading, then before the bylaw comes forward, then I can make the amendments to that pieces to kind of to put. But there had to be some sort of guiding factor written into it as to what seems reasonable. And the reason that they don't talk about, they want to talk about debt to revenue ratio, and that's why the 3 kind of came into pieces. You don't want to go too much over 3 times what your annual revenue is in order to keep within that limit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, Councillor Trim.
And to that, if I'm understanding this recommendation or proposal, is that you've given us also a 5% buffer, so that we'd have to come forward and we'd have to but we still got that 5% room, and so that kind of answers or the concerns that have been raised.
Yeah, the guideline for that 5% was just that if something is below that 5%, then that can't come onto the table. Like, it can't be an option. So it has to figure out whether it's a reserve piece or whether it's a taxation base over a number of years. It's to try and eliminate those small projects. So it's the tandem plow trucks, it's the excavator, it's the removing those pieces from a debenture side, because the debenture is to try and make it more on the bigger, longer-term projects that are going to see a bigger benefit to the township rather than the smaller equipment type side.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, please, CAO.
Thanks so much, through you, the Mayor, to the Treasurer. Just because I had asked that we clarify the 2 bullets on the screen on how much we could debenture that remains in the room. So just the first bullet, but the sub-bullet, your reference to the 2026 debt repayment limit per MMAH at $1.3 million. That's 25% of the revenue. So that equates to $16 million. So we've already consumed some of that 1.3 million. That's our maximum, and we've consumed some because we already have debentures, correct?
That is correct.
All right,
So,
go ahead.
yeah, so 25% of our revenues for 2026 was 2.9 million. So our overall annual repayment limit was 2.9 million. Currently on the books for the debt that's paid every year, which is just it's our annual repayment limit. It's not the full debentures. It's just what we need to pay in a year. With interest and principal is $1.6 million. So that is what we've already consumed, as the CIO is putting it, and then what's remaining is that 1.3 million.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and then the 2026 pursuant to the policy at 20%, what would remain to be funded would be the $737?
Yep, the 737,000. So I'm taking I'm taking the total revenue, which was the 11,601,000 times 20% rather than the 25%,
Okay.
gives me the 737 remaining.
Therefore, the constraint we're placing upon ourselves is that sub-bullet, which is the $9.3 million. So effective today, if we adopted the policy, subject to any amendments to the policy, the maximum debenture would be $9.3 million within our constraints that we're setting ourselves. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So maximum debenture we could get over 20 years would be $9.3 million. So that is like, we're placing ourselves a significant constraint. I think it's important that we place these constraints due to the factor of affordability. We want to make sure that we're sustainable. So we're working through our asset management plan. We're working on affordability. So I think that it's important that we set a constraint and ensure that we move forward with service delivery within that constraint. So I think it's just important to highlight that we're limiting our ability to debenture anything greater than $9.3 million. I think that's really important to highlight. Thanks.
Yeah, and then I will make mention too that on top of that one constraint, there's the other constraints within the actual targets that we're going forward, because things can change. One of them is the debt servicing percentage as total revenues. So debt servicing is your interest paid as a percentage of actual revenue. So right now, I've proposed the target as 15%, and currently we're sitting by the 2024 FIR as 11.5%. So it doesn't leave a lot of room there. So that's where these higher interest ones get us to those targets a lot faster, but that's part of the risk that we start coming into is whenever we have these high debenture or high interest rate debentures. And that's part of the reason why I talk in this policy about trying to find the most economical way of doing it, talking versus current rates versus future rates, and talking construction loans during the period of time when construction is and then closing of debentures to try and mitigate the interest rate and try and figure out when the best time to close these debentures is.
Any other comments? I'm going to throw 3 on the floor. So you talked about 3 times limiting debentures in water, wastewater to 3 times the annual revenue realized in those sectors. And the annual revenue in wastewater is 1.5. 3 times 1.5 is 4.5. And we currently have a debenture for?
$6 million.
So by virtue of implementing this policy, it will force us, if we want to sign in a wastewater situation, if we wanted to sign that $6 million debenture, this policy would tell us, hey, you've exceeded the guidelines you've set at 3 times your revenue. You better be exceeding it for a really good reason. So the policy sets these parameters, which he's asking us to review and come back to him on, but he sets a parameter that forces us to consider it in the light of affordability. Okay, so that's a good example of, is it so important that we need to go higher than that ratio for whatever the circumstances are? But it forces that second check. The second thing is, in the financial financial considerations portion, I would say implications. This is going to have, when we look at our debt over a 20-year period, it's going to have implications. Because right now, we're using debt based on, we need to get this asset, we don't want to raise the taxes, we're going to borrow to get this asset, fix this road. Because we've set all these limits on it, and we do the asset management plan, he's going to have to plan out how much he borrows for what asset that's coming up in 20 years. We can't go and have all the debt used here and none able to replace this other asset at year 15 because we're still paying all this debt. So it forces us to strategically use the debt for the asset replacements that we need to. Does that make sense? Okay. The third comment I'd add is just the consideration, and I'm not suggesting it, but just a consideration about changes to these amounts should we ever consider a public meeting. If we wanted to surpass one of these measurements, it's a really important measurement. As part of that consideration, should it incorporate a public meeting? I know we have a separate policy with respect to that. I just want to make sure we consider whether it should trigger that. Just to, again, make sure that we don't go and borrow something that's going to be difficult to pay back. Good? Does that solicit any other comments? Okay, so we are just receiving this for information and review, and will actually confirm it in early June,
No, the plan is to bring it back on May 20th.
May 20th? Okay, so you have some time to talk to the treasurer and consider what's been proposed. Good? All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you. Good. Notice of motion. Any notices of motion today from any members of council? Good. I see none. Move on to number 12, which is correspondence. We have one item requiring direction, and this was Councillor Moore asked for it to come back as a resolution for us to consider at the last council meeting. And this is a resolution in support of the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors. And it's written in front of you, but council, do you want me to read the whole thing or just the now therefore be it resolved?
Just the important stuff.
It's all important.
Now therefore be it resolved.
Okay, good. I'll take that as consensus. Okay, so there are 5 whereas paragraphs. And then I'll jump into now, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region supports the calls to action advanced by the Association of Ontario Road Supers to improve protections for municipal public works workers and subcontractors. And be it further resolved that the Province of Ontario be requested to institute legislation and enforce measures that recognize municipal public works workers and contractors as essential service providers during declared significant weather events and emergencies, deter and penalize interference, threats, harassment, or obstruction of municipal operations, and to provide clear direction and support to police services to proactively respond to these incidents. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to MPP Billy Deneau, the Honourable David Piccini, thank you, Minister of Labour, Immigration, Training and Skills Development, the Honourable Rob Flack, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier Ontario, the Association of Ontario Road Supers, the County of Renfrew, and the County of Renfrew municipalities for their consideration. Councillor Moore, would you like to move this? Yes, moved by Councillor Moore. Is there a seconder? Councillor Trim. And I'll go back to Councillor Moore.
Just in light of what's happened in the last couple of years, where some people take aggressive actions towards some of our employees, whether warranted or not warranted. I'd like to think none of them are warranted, but it has happened, and it's not a great place for some of our outdoors support staff to be working in, especially if they're by themselves. You've got no witnesses, et cetera, so there has to be an avenue for them to protect themselves, and we, as employers, have to protect them. So I'm fully in favor of this, and I was glad to see it come up from McNabb Braeside last time, and it sure we don't have to invent the wheel. So it's nice to put this forward and to protect our employees. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Trim is the seconder. No. Any other comments from other members of council? Good. I see none. We will call for the vote. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Moore. Good. The next item is information items, and you'll see that staff have reorganized it and grouped it under different headings. So, first one is Whitewater Region correspondence. First is a recognition to the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan First Nation and their election results, as well as the annual report for the Muskrat Lake development activity. We have 2 items from the province of Ontario with respect to stormwater fees and House of Commons notification letter, spring housing bill. The third one is County of Renfrew information items, and there's a number there. And the fourth one is the Renfrew County District School Board protecting local voice in public education, and it's a letter we received from the Renfrew County District School Board Chair. Good. I just wanted to, before I ask if council wants to pull out anything in particular, I just want to highlight the a media release from the County of Renfrew breaking ground on our new paramedic base here in Whitewater Region. I wasn't able to participate. The deputy mayor was, representing the township, and if she would like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. So, yeah, I'd like to share some exciting news for our community. On April 30th, I had the opportunity to attend the groundbreaking for a new paramedic base here in Whitewater Region. This new facility, located at Foresters Falls Road and Mindview Road, is a significant investment by the County of Renfrew to strengthen emergency services in our area. For a rural municipality like ours, this is especially important. The new base will help improve response times, increase paramedic presence, and support expanded services for residents across the region. Construction is now underway with the new facility expected to be operational in early 2027. And I'd like to thank the county and all partners involved in bringing this important project forward. We look forward to the positive impact it will have on all of our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and thanks for attending on our behalf.
And if I may just add, we did also have Councillor Moore, Councillor White, Councillor Trim, CAO Burton, and CBO Doug, yep, all also attend as well. So we had a good turnout for that, and it was, yeah, it's very exciting news for sure for all of us. So thank you, Mayor.
So thank you. And with that, is there any comments or questions on any of the information items? Councillor Moore.
Just wondering, when you sit at the big table up in Pembroke, is there been any discussion on item D? And should this council bring this back for discussion next meeting?
On item D, is there any discussion where, sorry?
The letter from the...
The letter from the Renfrew County District School Board.
Sorry, you led with a comment about discussion?
Yes. Can we discuss it here? And is it being discussed at Renfrew County level, or is this something we should involve ourselves in? Because it does affect our municipality.
I can confirm it has not been discussed at the county level to date. This letter was one that we had received at our level. So if you'd like it pulled, we can pull it and discuss it at a later
I think we
council
should.
meeting.
It affects our residents immensely. And this is only one board. We haven't heard from the other two boards yet.
CEO, any comments?
I will note that, I mean, the letter is dated April 2nd. We're now sort of May 6th. And I think that the provincial government has sort of rendered some pretty significant decisions around the trustees provincially. And there have been some modifications primarily with respect to larger trustee boards in the sort of Toronto area. Whether a remark from our council now would be timely or not, I'm not sure. But certainly if you would like, we could follow up with the district school board chairperson and see what exactly a resolution may look like. They have a draft in the letter, but through the direction of council, we could engage for sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
then
think, sorry, Councilor Moore, I think that's an appropriate one because they have changed some of the conditions that they speak to in the letter. If it's appropriate, maybe we can ask the staff to reach back out to the chair and say, do you have an updated letter?
Yeah. It's nice to have somebody at this level, considering we've already lost 2 schools. We'd hate to lose another.
Yeah,
So, thank you.
perfect. Direction to staff, that's fine. Good. Any other comments or questions from members of council on any of the items? Okay, good. I see none. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to follow up on that one. We're good with an email out to council, and then if there's interest, we can have it added to the next agenda.
Absolutely, yes.
It's good, okay. Next item is announcements, and I will go to the deputy mayor first.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I do just have one that I'd like to bring forward. I'd like to take a moment to recognize an important achievement within our organization. On behalf of council, I'm pleased to share that Stephanie Plebin, are you surprised? Has successfully completed the Executive Diploma in Municipal Management through the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks, and Treasurers of Ontario. This is a significant accomplishment, and the program is rigorous and designed to provide a strong understanding of the complex and interconnected aspects of municipal government. Completing this diploma requires a high level of commitment and dedication, and it reflects Stephanie's professionalism and leadership. On behalf of Council and the Township of Whitewater Region, we extend our sincere congratulations, and we're very proud to have you on our team. So thank you, Stephanie. And thank you, Mayor. That's everything.
Councillor Bell, any announcements? Councillor White?
Yes, this weekend is the Borka Spring Chicken Run. It starts at the River Barn, and so watch out for area cyclists throughout Saturday morning and early afternoon. On May 12th, there is a dental plan information session to be held at the Foresters Falls, the Senior Center in Foresters Falls, along with an estate planning with seniors on May 19th, but it's 1 to 2 in Westmeath. There is Yuck Yucks, a fundraiser for the Westmeath Fire Department this Saturday evening in Westmeath. And that's all I have.
And we're going. I'm going.
Oh,
It'll be fun.
okay.
It'll be fun.
Councillor Olmsted?
I regret to inform I have no announcements.
Councillor Mort?
I do. I have two. Just to inform our residents that the Renfrew Household Hazardous Waste Depot is now open. So from around the 1st of May or so, it opens until August 29th. The depot will be closed on Tuesday, June 9th for construction, and it will also be closed on Canada Day, of course, July 1st. So if you have hazardous waste that can't go to our landfill, we go to the Renfrew landfill, and they will look after you. My other announcement is on the 16th of May, there will be a rummage and seed sale on behalf of the Women's Institute at the Beachburg Lions Hall. So if if you need some seeds, they have lots of seeds of any kind you could imagine, pay them a visit. They will be open at the Lions Hall from 10 until 2 on the 16th. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Trim? None? Oh, boy, we were uneven here. Everything on one side of the table. Good. Yes, do you have an announcement, CAO?
Yeah, thanks so much. And for the members of the public watching together with our residents, just noting that we are officially in the nomination period for the 2026 municipal election in Whitewater Region. And we are up until mid to late August receiving nominations for the different positions on our local council. There is information available on our website under the election page, together with, we have an election email, so elections@whitewaterregion.ca. You could email as well for more details. But we have our packages available at the front counter, available for pickup, and we strongly recommend that anybody filing their nomination papers book an appointment with the return officer, which is myself, or we'll schedule it with a deputy return officer if I'm not available. So that's for the positions of our local council, but we are also receiving nominations for the trustee for the Renfrew County District School Board, representing Whitewater Region and Amneston Bromley. So those nomination packages are also available on our website together with the front counter here at the municipal office. So for the two sort of elections. So that's essentially it for now. Thanks so much.
Good. Thank you. And that leads, if there's no other announcements, that leads us to item number 14, which is bylaws. We have one bylaw listed on the agenda today, and it reflects back to our first report where we had the exemption from part lot control. The recommendation is that be it resolved that the bylaws listed on the May 6, 2026 agenda be taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Bell. Any final comments on that bylaw? I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Good. Item 15, we already dealt with at 10:30 this morning. Leads us to item number 16, which is a confirmatory bylaw. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2605-1833, a bylaw to confirm the proceeding of council, has been taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Trim. I will call for the vote. All those in favor? And it is carried, and we are adjourned at 3:13 PM.